Alright. Had a good day. Overwatch. 921 DPS, ending at 9501. For the week, since we're only getting to play twice a week now. So Deathloop comes out tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm working, so Wednesday we'll be streaming some Deathloop. Let's see how well Returnal prepared us for this game. Oh, I just hope it's hard. Or if not, hope it has a hard setting. So, be tuned for Wednesday. Judgment's on. And now, time for our weekly voice acting. Sherlock Holmes' place. I love this music. Alright, so... this was part 2. We had finished investigating the crime, and now we were about to find out about the disc, right? I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? It's not a bad thief, he says. Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite right. Hey, pal. Yeah, my gumshoe voice. Quite right. Yeah, that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry this. It's chocolate bar. Caramel bar. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. And your one and only friend of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'd be taking whatever that is of McGriddle down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. If the police demand something about it, my dear fellow, you have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Oh, you got him the one from the in. You gave him the one from in the shop. Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned by my one and only friend of action. Press the disc into a... Oh, wow, that's a huge bar then. I press the disc into a pair of bars like this. That's amazing. The disc and the minuscule protrusions have made an image on the caramel. Indeed. The caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Uh-huh. Suitable for making impressions, but resistant to melting. Is it now? Resulting in a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves to be useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press, and its unique form is duplicated. And it can enter anyone's property at will. Never without high fructose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. For any image, I was able to recreate this. I confess, I'm most curious to know what kind of manner of music this would have played. Music on the disc. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? What you told us earlier? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Rudo? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces sound. Small protuberance is plugged for each teeth of the comb, and as it rotates past, making different tones. First music box was a rotating cylinder with protrusions like on it. But over time, a new kind of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. That development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide around the globe. Why exactly? Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce. They can be interchangeable and to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There's a great many films in Europe now manufacturing many music boxes as well. Firms. It is wonderful to enjoy the music, even when no performer is present. At the very success of the invention, it means that we are now present with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match another. Hey, pal. We have no way of knowing which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution on this. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. But have you tried playing it on yours? Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the box. I had a few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. Also, equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you. That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But, my dear girl, an unsolvable riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. I'm sure all different types of Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, this is currently true. Certainly true. In the worst case, I just have to ask you all to vacate the attic room. What? Nani? Yeah, we already checked this for today. Let's say, yeah, the Moscow Mali mystery. You stream of the most unsavory crime you wouldn't imagine. Magnus McGriddle. That's what I call him. Magnus McGriddle. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yep, it's only been 2 months since that Gridley case. Mr. McGriddle perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The audience was reduced to a pile of ash, and not a shred of evidence remained. With the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though he successfully established Mr. McGriddle's innocence at the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains of an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Trice Fried Basin. The Mad Hatter. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. But we have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGriddle was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear that the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Can you reheat my breakfast now? Ginny will be here before long. Ginny will be here for long. Thank you, Iris. Thank you, Iris. Hey, pal. Oh, well, do let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where will I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious of the pawnbroker. Yes, you might be right. Oh, that reminds me of something of Mr. Winterback said before. He said that the manuscript of Iris is in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in the storeroom. Were his words, I believe. So you heard that, did you? You heard that, did you? I expected you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing of Mr. Winterback's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madam, quite sure I told you already. Pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than any bank vault. I really doubt that. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was it safe and secure? Well, there may have been an occasional mix-up. Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Bakerville story, Hurley? Oh, that sounds exciting. The Hound of the Bakersville? I would love to read it. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Yeah. Dot dot dot. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie? Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Bakersvilles. But how can you know the full title? Oh, that's, dot, dot, dot. That's because Musato is such a great fan of all the stories of Mr. Sholmes, of course. Runo, the Hounds of the Bakersvilles has never been published. What? Nani? I showed Hurley the manuscript. He told me he wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. As I said, to keep it safe. Still, it's the right time for the story to be made public, you see? So that's why the manuscript's at the Winnie Banks? And yet, how could Susie know that it's this title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? The telegram. Wait, didn't he tell us the title? What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. This is a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. That's better. I'm going. Lock the door. No, wait. That's Lestrade. We've all been eagerly waiting your arrival. Come on now. Haven't we, Iris? Oh, yes. Just wait there, Jeannie. Everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. Pleasure to see you here, Mrs. Stride. Please make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come on in. Come along in. What do you say some, this Sean? I won't take no as an answer. Well, Sean it is then. Meddlesome it is then. Oh, there's the cat. Meow. Oh, I can't share it because it'll be a spoiler. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we all came to call her, taught us how to steal things from one another without being noticed. And Gina, as we come to call her, taught us how to steal things from one another without being noticed. They thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. April 9:34 p.m. Now Roto's Legal Consultancy. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris' cooking is truly divine. I feel as I can hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violins even now. Best of all, I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship. If you could do that, that would be amazing. Now, Roto-san, could I consult with you about something? I wonder. What's the matter, Suzato-san? I read a telegram. It's about the telegram I received. Ah. Going to arrive first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. Summoned, you say? What? Summoned? What do you mean? Telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Stronghart asked me to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Nani? Then? We have to start preparing at once. Oh no, we won't be necessary, Mr. Rosen. I've been summoned alone. Alone? Well, on Earth 4. I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. That's all this about. Whatever it is making you feel very uneasy. Knock, knock. Oh, who could be it? That'd be, I wonder. Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris. Hello again. And Gina. And Gina, too. Yes, Jean's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. I don't know, I need to keep her out on the street, right? Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned a lot, so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Jenny showed us, wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I awaken a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So what brings you up to this humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. But I still have it. Wait, what? Hey, that's mine. Oh my, however did you... Told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I've forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have this back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. Yeah, so this is your office, is it? 2 months is the first time you come up here? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer who lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about those manuscripts. Yeah, I suppose she probably does. Bruno, what are you doing? Bruno, what are you doing? Look, I'm not gonna steal nothing, alright? It's all junk anyways. Charming. I suppose I should engage our guests in conversation, really. Gina looks very pensive over there. Are you alright, Gina? Yeah. I was just thinking, that's all. Oh, wouldn't that fancy me to chances of with a lawyer who lives in a place like that? I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer who lives here. Yes, you mentioned that already. Get off, did I? Get off, did I? Well, nothing else really springs to mind. That's why. What's wrong with this room exactly? I like it. I'm thinking that's all. That's all we could talk about. The manuscript. The Hound of the Bakervilles. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. Hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what this is really about. Really. It's a story I've made up. Isn't it, Iris? This mental script or what you call it? Whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story I made up. It's something I read from my daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. Suppose I mentioned to you, Jeannie, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Eh? They saw all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all sorts of details of every case down. You see in his diaries. I study them. I write my stories based on what actually happened. So where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business. Faraway land, and he's been gone for a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. So they don't know about her parents. Your parents. I realize I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh? Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. And the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. Older ones look out the little youngins and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Diving's in my life. I love it. Get a kick out every time I lift something from some pompous idiot's purse. That's how we can afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it would be like to have parents. I mean, I always thought I'd make everything right. But I mean, listen to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents isn't always easy here. Oh. I mean, you never know him, Adam, and if you feel like you're always wanting to meet him, it's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. The Hound of the Bakerville. Alright, this Hound of the Bakersville story. I take it that's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know. It must be special in some way. Because after I've written it and I showed it to the manuscript to Hurley, he turned her as white as a sheet. It's the first time I ever seen him like that. It's the day he died. Hey, pal. Hey, pal. Okay, that's his way. Pains me to have to say this after you told us so long for Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. Hey, pal. Not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, don't ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear I'll explain everything one day, Iris. The time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with the Wendy bag is? Yes. Yes. Certainly said it has to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's always treating you like a child. Oh, you're both our children. I mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. Sure, Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? You said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it. I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. We have a feeling. I think so too. Just, you're not too trusting for your own good. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to you, Iris. I bet my life on it. Nani? Hurley's lying to me? Alright, then you gotta talk to her again. Hey, man. Hey, welcome back. I know you have to go do something real quick. Alright, I think 3 months you get the next sub badge. And I think, yeah, if you turn, since you haven't actually subbed, you did a Prime sub last month, right? You can also get a discounted sub for this month. A Discord of mine was talking about how if you convert it to like a real sub. Yes. And you can do that later on. Still time in the month. And thank you for the host. And thank you earlier for the resub. I don't know if I mentioned it. So, if you haven't seen, this is the prequel to the Ace Attorney trilogy, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. There is also a version that comes with the Ace Attorney Chronicles trilogy. So you can actually have both games. It's a really great series. It's fun to voice act too. I was doing it on Mondays because that's when I used to stream on Gruntle for a charity. Unfortunately, that charity disbanded, but Overwatch and then Great Ace Attorney for like practically almost 6 months. That's how long it took to get through. And that was like 13 cases. We're on case 5 right now. Last one of the first of the 2 games. And yeah, there's 10 cases in this one. Gina, what do you mean that you don't know Mr. Sholmes Mr. Sholmes is lying? Yeah, because of copyright reasons, that one said online. That's why he's called Herlock Sholmes. Just shift one letter over, but he's basically the fucking same. And the girl Iris that you see, the other girl, is she's basically Watson. But her father, like you were saying, is Watson, Dr. Watson. And here is actually Dr. Wilson. But her, being wanting to learn everything else, she got her doctorate and she's 10 years old. And is a great inventor. So she is currently Wilson. But then you're also taking place of Wilson too, correcting all of Herlock Sholmes' great deductions, which you missed last time. We might do another deduction. I think there's usually 2 when you have like a regular episode case like this, not an actual court case. Well, he reckons he popped a mantle script or whatever, right? But come on, it's obviously a load of rubbish. She is a professional pickpocket, age 16-year-old Gina Lestrade. This is right now in London on his study tour from Japan. This is like early 1900s. Japan was just finally getting a court system like with law and evidence that apparently didn't exist before, and they're studying the foremost law system here in London. That's kind of mostly the backstory. And his friend who passed away in the second case basically looked like Solid fucking Snake, with the infinite ammo headband always flowing. They do mention it from time to time. Oh my! Why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If the story was really the old Windy Bank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, a lot of them. You ain't realized it yet. And to see how integrated you are in the case, in the second case, actually, or was it the first? No, it was the first case. You're charged with the murder of her father in Japan. So that is your first court case experience, trying to prove yourself innocent. So you are entangled in the story of Herlock Sholmes. I'm telling you, that mental script ain't at the Windy Banks. You'd sooner see it if you had a look. Even if you think you could trust him, I don't. That Sholmes a liar like the rest of them. And like, Sholmes is very eccentric. If I'm honest, he is very eccentric. He only does things when he's interested, like solving cases, and once he solved the case, he's no longer interested. Iris was telling us a story earlier, last week, in this episode, that he has solved a mystery, a case, and all that, and then he already forgot about it the next day, that he solved it. So he gathered everyone around and solved it again, much to everyone's bemusement, and like you can imagine how shocked they were that he literally solved the case and then gathered everyone around to solve the case again the next day because he forgot he already solved it. That's how eccentric Sholmes is. I have to wonder if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? 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 But I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that sometimes I wonder if he might be hiding my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. And she always has that little hat. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. And that's my law office on the second floor of 221B Baker Street. Oh my goodness! Look at the time! Come along, Jenny. We should get back downstairs. Sleep over. Yeah, alright. But please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Oh, he's twirling. I'm assuming that's a guinea. A pence, a pound, and a guinea. Where a cab fare essentially is four pence. 4 pennies. Well, a cab, you know, by horse. Good night, then. Iris, I'm sure it's easy to forget, isn't it? It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. She's only 10 years old. Well, I think it's time I turn in for the night too, Mr. Naruhodo-san. That's my legal assistant. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father. But also, the name of the murder visiting professor at Umeå University. That can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deep going on. That case was probably the case of what happened to her father. That manuscript. Dot 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 dot. Oh my god, I know. He's gonna finally realize it. Dot dot dot. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo. Hey, pal. My gumshoe voice from the first game. Ah, he's without his iconic coat because he's in his house. What's going on? It's in the middle of the night. It's Mrs. Strand. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris' room, but her bed's empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She's probably decided to go home, no? True. That could be possible. I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Mrs. Otto. No, I don't believe the girl is gone home. I believe she's waiting. I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh? If you indulge me, look out the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Yep, 221B Baker Street. The pawnbroker. Wait a minute. Why is the light on at this time of night? She's gonna find the manuscript. She's looking for the manuscript. That's Mr. Winniebank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Winniebank's? Oh no. It's simple. If that store really is an old Winniebank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, would know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation. Yeah, sorry, wrong words. Hey, pal. It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Oh, no. No, not really. This is the court music. The dramatic court music that plays. It's very catchy, isn't it? Anyway, we must investigate. At once. At once. Mrs. Otto. April, 1:14 a.m. Baker Street. Door to Winnie Banks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it? There he is. Now he's with his iconic coat. Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. Hey, pal. Hey, pal. I gotta get into my gumshoe voice. That's my voice for him. From the first game. The detective. It's bumbling detective, but he kind of plays that role too. Let's hope it's not. Let's hope it's nothing more sinister. Hey, pal. Huh? What? Nani? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly, something's afoot inside. The pawnbroker. There's no one here. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. There he is. Bang. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruto. But after them, go. Right. It's basically almost like a point-and-click adventure style. Blast. Lost him. Hello. What have we here? Alarm was just raised at the pawnbroker, sir. Would you? Oh, wait. Yeah, the alarm was just raised at the pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. My friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? The London Bobby. Have to walk 20 miles a fucking day. From turning off the lights in the morning to turning them on at night to collecting taxes and all this other bullshit. The previous case talked about the London Bobby. Yes, have to walk 20 fucking miles to patrol his beat. Each day. 20 miles. So most of them were suffering from exhaustion. A lot of them have died from exhaustion or, stuff. 20 fucking miles. With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to the Winnie Banks. Turn the light on. Oh, an animated portion. It's important.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto!
How bad is it?
Where's the Bobby?
Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
It's locked. The owner's been shot, too. He's been shot. The owner.
It's Gina!
And she's been out cold, too. This is very strange. And we're going to have to defend Gina now. Alright. I think we finally get to the court part. Or we can actually investigate a little bit more. The runaway room. That was actually the beginning of the third case, yeah. Bang. I'll be right, Mr. Naruto. After them, go. Behind the door. In the storeroom. Hurry. You could just reach in and grab the fucking doorknob from there. The fucking's the point of that peephole? It's Gina, and she fucking looks like she shot him. The first time we see her without her hat. So this is how the case was set up. From that moment, the Winning Bank's pawnbroker became a crime scene. Yet again. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. Arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the crime scene, and questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. April 6:21 a.m. Neurohodl's Legal Consultancy. Iris. Oh, Iris. Telegram came, but it was all it said was, wait at home. All it said was, wait at home. Oh yeah, we asked one of the policemen to have sent it. Have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was alone. Gina and Hurley were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful happened, hasn't it? She's very loud with us. Yes, I'm afraid so. Let's investigate. It's like, hey, what are you doing? Spring at last, the weather's warmer now. Smell a kettle fire blazing from the kettle. Well, how about some tea, Bruno? Thanks, Iris, but I'm alone now. The Great Ace gives me her infusions pays the paradise of a true tea lover. If you're sure, I always have plenty left over whenever you're feeling thirsty. Alright. There's not really much to investigate here. Tea 7 Sasada brought from Japan. So bitter. Susie lovely green tea has always been an impact on Hurley, you know? Stop putting milk and sugar in his coffee, even. Hurley is normally bitterly opposed to the bitterness. Been in London 2 months. Hurley's desk is far worse, you know. I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. And I wonder... You don't think I can? Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know? The path to true mess is arduous, and it seems. You know, I've never been seen inside of Sasada room. Let me put my head in it. Oh, Susie's often invites me up. It's so much fun. Really? What's her room like? I can't tell you that. Huh? Young man's private bedchamber is a bittersweet secret, you know? Where have I heard that before? Suppose some things are the same over the world. That's what fucking, that's what she told us. That's what she said. We're rather lucky to find an old aquarium left behind. The prawns we put in there are doing well too, and anemones. Apparently, tanks of those are very popular in London before I was born. Oh, you mean they're not anymore? I think people discovered it was too much effort to clean them up and change the water out all the time. Yep. I can't believe that. Ponds and anemones are fun for a while. Alright, telegram. Oh, this looks like a telegram. Oh, this looks like a telegram. Yes, but you mustn't open it, not under any circumstances. That's what she told us. Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see. No, what did I just say? You mustn't open it. Don't worry, I won't. This special concoction developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope if I haven't opened it. No, that's not allowed either. I'm sure it was something important. Little genius sure can be mischievous. Alright. Alright, so events of winning banks. Let me refill my water. I'm sorry not to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Winniebank is dead. Well, so much for being more secure than than a bank. That's what Sholmes is saying. Compared to any other place in the world, a freaking pawn shop, you also store things for a period of, say, 2 months. A fee plus interest. If they pay it back, they get it back. Otherwise, it gets to be pawned off, like a regular pawn shop. Saying it's more secure than a bank. Mr. Winniebank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh yes, I had a feeling. Did you? Saw all the police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. During the banks of the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out on the street and I chased after them, but they got away. 2 thugs. So it was one of them who shot Mr. Winniebanks, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Jeannie? But why? All the thing is... No, Jeannie wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us would think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Yeah, investigation part 3. Show him the situation. So where's Hurley then? Is he still investigating the scene? You really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. Yeah. I don't want to worry you, Iris, but I have some news on Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when he entered the Winniebanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Really? Was shot? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Just his pride. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. St. Sinners. St. Sinners. That's an oxymoron. Saint Sinners. Yeah, that's... That's an oxymoron. Saint Sinners. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? It's not fair. A family member, I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate, you know, they gotta take the bullet out. Oh, poor Hurley. Injured Sholmes. More information on that. It was two thugs who were in that Winnie Bank shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time, but there was a fucking candle out on. How did we not see him? I went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! After them! Go! After that, I ran to the street, but, well, they were long gone. Shouldn't have hesitated. So sorry, it's my fault. Let me get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry. If you seen which way they went and chased them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. No shit. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. It's Susato's situation now. What's up with her? She was gonna make breakfast. Where's Susie? Where's Susie, Bruno? She's at the police station. Oh? Why? Especially she's being questioned. Police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyways. So they weren't questioning me for long. Mrs. Oz stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get it started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back be here with Iris. Got Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. Alright, now an important plot point. Gina's arrest. But you see how quickly a story can develop too. Everything's all fine and dandy, and then I don't understand why they arrested Jeannie. It's not fair. What about the two thugs who were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, if they shot Hurley, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead. Iris. So horrible. Thing is, Mr. Windenbeck was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom was locked from the inside. I see. And how come you can't lock it from the outside? But he wasn't alone in there. Gino was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! According to the detectives who investigated afterwards. Don't tell me there was no one else in the room. Yep, exactly. How'd you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation, indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well, what can I say? Damned if I agree, damned if I don't. Afraid I need to go out again, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out what Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. Can't stand in this room waiting. Sitting around here waiting. Not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget, we had to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. Imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. The location has been added. Prison. Saint Sinner's Hospital. In here yet? Don't go forget to take me with you when you go. Prison owner Gina Lestrade is being held pending trial. We need to do all we can to help her quickly as possible. Shelm was taken. Oh, visit the place is a good idea. Pawnbrokers on the shop that has provider in which Mr. Winniebank has been murdered. Police are investigating shifts. Yeah, when he's not around. Should I write anything new on the board? No ideas, isn't it, Iris? Let's see, what's to say today? Ah, the Bombast family mystery. We visited Bombast Valley recently for a picnic, you see, but I forgot to bring the tea. When he became thirsty, he decided to drink from the Bombast pool. He gave himself an awful tummy ache. Oh dear. Harley sat there miserable as he could be in a field of flowers after that. Just like when you saw him yesterday. That really is unsavory tale. Alright, nothing new here. I think. Completion. Alright, I don't think there's anything else we have to investigate. Specifically for a trophy, but let's take a look. For completions. Game in all outfits. Look around every argument about the shovels and spades. Hands run through every debate about ladders and step ladders. They brought that back, yeah. Every new idea on her blackboard. Episode 5, Nash and Ringo window doppable. As for this one right now. That's the next episode 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we have to pursue Nash and Ringo when they have no thought bubbles, and that's the so we have nothing else in here right now. When we're back outside, we'll go in order. We're right next to the crime scene, so we might as well do the fucking crime scene first, right? There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Winniebank's. Never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry, I was here. I should have done more. Nothing is your fault, Bruno. So please, don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for this, so let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. The Winnie Bank. Oh yes, let us hear. 16 April, Winnie Bank's pawnbroker. And this is where it happened then, last night. Oh, that's right. That tells us about where obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. But, apart from the police in here, you wouldn't know if anything had happened. There's no signs of disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Wait, I heard that. Well, Inspector, good morning. Suppose I had thank you for your vigilance last night. You got to the crime scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, Pine. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I thought you assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. And now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there was not enough police on duty. Well, obviously they need more fucking cops if a cop has to walk 20 fucking miles. Ah? Just realized she's here. Your ladyship! Yes, ships. No one told me you were coming. Suspect you to take full responsibility for what happened here, Hurley, and he says the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors are in the capital attending to him as we speak. Yeah, I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. Lieutenant Black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement on that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Harris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, Raby Manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Regsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you like some. Just down it, jug, 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 jug. Ah, lovely. Very much. They really hit the spot, your ladyship. I didn't even recognize him in like this. Police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the auditor to examine every article in the shop and ledger from every ledger and book of accounts. Every article, but that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. Sifting through all the chef's cellies, but still, we'll be working into the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. And you don't have to walk outside in the bitter fucking cold. Crime and pawnbrokers. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every cop's worst nightmare, you know. Crime and the pawnbrokers. One more cop. The officer has been staring intently at the wall before we came here. Shh! Keep it down. Oh, sorry. So major clue just here. Really? I must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. As you can see, overworked and under fucking paid. They really have a tough time, the British police. It doesn't stop us from investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. Pretty sure it was the calendar he's peering at. Oh. That is a clue. That calendar's been destroyed. What's this on the floor? Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Wait, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we're hoping to investigate. It's a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Greggsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm very sorry, Your Ladyship. Ever so sorry. Rules and regulations have a thorn in my side. Because some would have been properly appointed by the accused. It's another matter. Ah, so we do need to go visit her. The accused. If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be happy to let you put your nose around. Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Jeannie to sign some representation papers. Presenting the detective here with that correct paperwork is the only way. He's right, there's a clue right there, but yeah, we can't look at it. So at least we got to know what we need to know for that. We probably can't answer these until then, but who knows? Investigation. So how's the investigation going, Inspector? Didn't do it really. Very simple cases. Some very definitive evidence. Just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. That's right. We should be able to bring her before the judge in the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You've already captured a pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them on a stand as witnesses, aren't you? How could you? How? Yeah. How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rented up pretty quickly by the lads and beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held in the prison? She should be. Assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. About Mr. Sholmes? Can't tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. I know he's being operated as sinners. When can I see him? I'm family, you know? Terribly sorry, your ladyship, but it's a hospital posse. No visiting at all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in the midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. Didn't seem too bad that first hour or so. But the hemorrhaging like that would be enough to make even the only Sherlock Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They have to stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better. Of course, your ladyship. He's dry as rain right before you know it. Really? How do you know? Eh? How do I know? Well, because of course. Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. You better pray the doctors have a better grasp on what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of operating theater. Ladyship. Could I help a notice, Inspector? Wait, out with it, Sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk with me and Iris. What you saw, Sonny? I'm a copper. You don't need going into favoritism. Yeah, but he's right. You do treat us differently. It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories. That's why. Oh? I crop up in all of them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It's one of Sholmes' lines. Grigson's the smartest of Scotland Yarders, is how you put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? Right, next month my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. Because everyone in the yard reads them. And they read all of the Sherlock Holmes stories. They even set up a fan club with me. Of course, that explains everything. Around that time you became such a toady to me. A toady? Can you blame me? All it takes is one word from you and Sholmes to change that tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. It's getting quite overrated these days. That would happen to my salary if that came out of the print, eh? Whole thing gives me the willies. Can't tell you how many nights of sleep I lost worrying about it. Well, never happens, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rands magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. That's where it's published. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some tea for you to settle your nerves. Go, 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 go. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. Hit the spot. Your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about actually, Mr. Navarro. Yes, what is it? Got an important message for you. Clean forgot about it till now. Important message, I wonder what it could be. An important message. You gonna tell me what its important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about the young lady who normally your assistant, on your side, your assistant. Miss Dear Susie, she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? Lord Strongheart's office, of course. Oh. Damn, Peter, no. Don't fall. Stop falling. To Lord Strongheart, of course. He summoned her. Ah, I forgot about that. One of them whipstops took her to the yard carriage. After we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you if you didn't have a fare for the return journey to go home and meet her there. You've got a nerve using Scotland Live as a blooming message service. I see, well, thank you for passing that along, Inspector. Why does Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I better fetch her straight away.
New location. Let's go to the hospital that we can't see him at. April 16th, St. Sinners Hospital. Or 3. Hurley! Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. Nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't he? She? I know what's probably happened. Hurley is being in a big baby, and the bullet wound isn't that bad after all, so send him home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not. The question was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello, what do I hear? This ward's off limits. No visiting. So what are you doing here anyway? Well, I have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, beg your pardon, then, man. Sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery lovers as a mysteries family, eh? If that's how you see us, I'm sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Going an extensive operation. Extensive? For several hours since we went in. Oh dear. Is he gonna be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh? Under the report, a gentleman's claimed that he may have a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Huh. Yeah, the thing is... Anyway, I think it'll be fair to assume he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. I should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Don't support on the wall here. Look. Let's see. What does it say? The other day, on seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly informed the matron. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this, and that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients with. Rats and mice? Oh, I see. Very run-down hospital. It's a rather old building, I suppose. The doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. Certainly hope so for Mr. Sholmes' sake. It's Mr. Sholmes' bed. Poor Hurley. I know, he looks stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think it will bother him. No? I'll have to find him asleep face down on the floor. Completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discover something like that. I'll share that in the group. How is that not a clue? Well, I guess that's it. Hospital feels positively ancient. I hope Hurley's in good hands. So taking the shot is currently in surgery. Greg's and his friends are working hard at the investigation, aren't they? Alright, we'll get her next since we're nearby, right? Not that nearby. April 16th, local prison, cell 13. The same fucking cell. Hello, Gina. Who the fuck let you keep your fucking smoke gun in here? Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. Who let you fucking keep your fucking smoke gun in the fucking prison? At least she didn't point at me all the time, though. What are you doing it for? Jenny? I have a feeling it's because of us that you ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that you might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry. You erred. Get lost. Don't be like that, Jeannie. We know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I know you wouldn't. After having a grenade launcher. You think you know me. Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first deal about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses while they're walking down the street. That's how we get by. If I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? It's the kind of person I am. But Jenny... Bingo tomorrow, they said. Some Kova come before and said he'd be my lawyer for me, or like I said it was my right or something. Then I get stuffed. I ain't no lawyer. I don't need no one. She shouldn't be staring at me more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? Well, we still have to get her to represent her. Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why'd you send the public defender away? You wanted me to sign some papers, or representation papers, or something like that. It's gonna be rigged today, the whole trial. Pinning on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. And why do you think that? That's how I've always been, growing up in the back slums, my whole life. If you got what grown-ups tell you, get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. That happened before, and all. Been sold out and nearly staffed on the back of it. You trust no one, that's the point. So as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you like in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Jenny. Don't you trust Bruno? Nah, I don't. Look, I asked you all nicely now. Just leave me alone. What happened? You can tell us what happened, Gina. Asked at the pawnbrokers. There's nothing to tell. I figured it paid me, so I broke into the place and started going to the storeroom. But the old broke walked in and you know the rest. No. But why, Jenny? Why would you do that? You know, I mean, it's the place is full of stuff to sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know? A lot of work, and after the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into that place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Like the manuscript? We'll give it a rest. What's the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say will make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Jenny. Whatever it is. Believe me, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And what? And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. It's also unforgettable lies I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Unforgivable lies. What do you mean before when you said the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgettable lies you were told? Maybe we can help. Sorry. But out of time, they're gonna question me now. Jenny, please. Oh yeah. Why don't you give you this? Something you remember me by. A photographic print? Oh, really? Adorable cat. Find it in one of the pockets of the coat. No point in having it now. I wonder what a little photograph like this is doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Jenny. My cat photograph is added to the record. Picking a sweet little white cat obtained from Gina while interviewing her in the prison cell. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Mahagi. It's like cats like to curl up in heated called Tatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. What's this? Look at the back of this print here. Something written on it. February 13, 9 p.m. Deposit 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption date April 13th, 9 p.m. Ah, that's a receipt. Photograph and print the redemption ticket. For 13, that would be significant. 2 days before the murder of the omnibus, wasn't it? Small box doesn't tell us much, does it? If it's the murder Griddle still had a ticket, probably he never retrieved the article. Think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. Something Mr. McGriddle deposited we need to investigate. Pawnbroker's ticket box. Issued from the victim, the pawnbroker in the form of some handwritten notes in the back. Yeah, 3 balls. Mr. Wingback appears to have used this back on the photograph to write the redemption ticket. It's written is very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he used anything he had a hand on. I don't know what the front is, and I don't know what's the front and the reverse side now. Here, Gina, look at this. Nota. Wasn't saying you could have it. Oh, you weren't? Oh, something that says I can't have stuff. That makes me want to see it. See? So you better hand it over now. I'm not giving it to you. No. Alright. Poor Ginny, we had to help her. Been quiet, but Hurley's not around. Well, the only thing left we could do is go to the Chief Justice's office. Lord Chief Justice. April 16th, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Inside of fucking Big Ben. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. You think the place is oppressive, I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at this suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it's the same. Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is that voice, that lawyer. So everything is clear in regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. Now they appear. So, no. No. Son and Lord Strongheart. Oh, down. Wonder what they're talking about. Both look very serious. Stop. Yeah. No. Don't jump up there. Very good. So nothing further to discuss. Return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Stop. Stop. Wait, what did you just say? You return to your homeland? Sato-san. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all that about? Why are you talking about Mr. Zato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow. Drama. Tomorrow? What about Gina's cheese trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Giants and Arm are still facing each other and menacingly across the room. I just can't understand why anyone would want to wear this thing in battle. It just must be so heavy. But they invent something specially lightweight suit that you could was down to you, wouldn't Iris? I think if it was me, I'm in the world of people that need to fight each other in the first place. Iris, you're a champion. Well, what do you think? That was a model answer, wasn't it? She's 10, Rio's will get 10, and she's leading you around by the nose. Oh my goodness, look at all these books. Yeah, they're the books of judicial system all different Western nations. They don't mention America, though. Even if for someone like me, it would take at least 10 days to read all these. 10 days. Just 10 days? It's only joking, Rudo. That would be fun to play up by genius. Scary believable with you, that's the trouble. Oh, I've always dreamt of sitting at a huge desk like that. Looking important. Why don't you try that? Discreetly, of course. Alright, I will. Tell me how I look. You can't even fucking see it. Well, what do you think? No, too discreet. I can't even see you. I love the clocks and their mechanisms, don't you? May the hundreds of pieces fit together and work as one in the hands of a single timepiece. So imagine the clocks are your cup of tea. No, so I used to dream of living inside a clock, you know? It must be envious of the Lord Chief Justice having his office in a place like this, I suppose. No, not really. Oh? I mean, that's a dream for when you're little. It'd be silly now. Don't let Lord Strong out here you talking like that. Alright. We have to make a couple of events happen, like get Gina to represent her, let us represent her, and then we have to also then find evidence at the pawnbrokery and deal with her situation now. Miss Ozato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as hey, but that's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no. Professor Mikotama? If I may. Yes, sir. Must be in the defendant. Suke Naruhodo, I believe. Hope. Yes, that's right. Stop scratching the couch. Stop. My name is Eugene Mikotaba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine here at the Yume University. Yes. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. How? No nails. 10 days ago, my father collapsed with a fever. Cause is apparently unknown. No nails. And you're not in timeout. It seems he grows weaker by the day. Well, you're not gonna make it in time in a fucking 40-day journey. Well, it's a 2-month journey, so it's even longer than 40 days. What? No nails. I don't believe it. Let go the shirt. As you're aware, the voyage here will take to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes around some 50 days. Yep. From London to Tokyo. Thought it would be pertinent to hasten Mrs. Otto's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. Can't believe this is happening. You're gonna miss Gina's trowel. Hey, Susato, what's it? I didn't push down? Damn it, I have to skip through all this shit now. Again. Ow! No nails. Gina's trial. So Gina's been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago. And the date of the trial has been set for tomorrow. Ow! There. That what you wanted? Ow! Stop with the nails. There. No! Not even 24 hours later? Gina, a straw girl. The murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. All too suspicious case. Pickpocket, skilly disturbed mid-robbery. Ow! Stop. Stop with the nails. Was disturbed. I shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Oh, stop. 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 Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference of your fine service today, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now. He has no idea who she is. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most profitable lies in order to evade justice. Police can ill afford to take time to unravel all the truths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. There are far more serious matters to contend. Serious matter? Did Grayson mention something of that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Grayson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours. Though, sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Mr. Lord Strongheart. Which is? It's Mrs. Strahd's trial. Wonder if you might permit me to defend her. Timely suggestion. Sorry. The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. And she may be a pickpocket. She deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. Government provides those who are too poor to afford representation of a public defender. Accused need only sign a relevant paperwork, and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? We just talked to her, we know. This is not our first place of visit. The question we want to direct at Mr. Strahd. Find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time for me. I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. She's in charge of murder. So also I'm about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruto. Iris, we must make haste. Well, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruto's judicial system, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. A very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. I already visited her once. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that's a good idea. Let's go. My monsters has completely thrown me off. I'll do what I can as a lawyer. Well, back to prison. April 16th, local prison, cell 13. We're back again. Hello again, Gina. What kind of prison lets you fucking keep a weapon? What are you here now for? I have a muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in my face yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition that thing, don't I? Yeah, it takes far too long, doesn't it? Look. Come here, many times you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say. Come here. Gina, wonder if I might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? Sorry to say, I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Well, you're gonna... If you lose this trial, you're gonna die anyway, so, you know. Tomorrow, I begin my journey back home to Japan. Fear we may never meet again. Uh-huh. Oh, right. And if you die, then you'll definitely never see you again. I had the pleasure of meeting all these lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it'll be a glum party indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. What? Well, they ate my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruto believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow you can't find it in your heart to find your faith in them. Oh, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yeah, we're unhappy because you won't let us represent you, you dumb shit. Yes, I have one final request, Gina, before our paths may never cross again. Right here and right now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be alone, as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? Knows that everyone lies. Told them. You weren't a part of it. So prove it. By admitting one of your untruths. What about what you said before, Jenny? Yeah, she wasn't here before. Something unforgivable lies. You must tell Naruto and Iris the truth now. It's my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. Oh, I can't. I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but there's something you knew what happened 2 months ago. Something about the trial. That trial. You know when Mr. Magnus McGriddle was acquitted? Against a mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Well, you could tell us about it now. Trial 2 months ago. Like you said, all happened 2 months ago. Coppers gold me and shoved me in a witness stand. Based on your testimony, Mr. McGriddle was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. Down. I knew it. Down. What sort of things did you lie about? Stomp with the couch. Scratch the scratch post. Scratch that. I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. Couldn't see a thing, and then... thud. A loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGriddle discovered you. Down! Down. Stop. You're about to drop stuff. Stop. Yeah. He put me up on the seat and sat me next to a dead man. There wasn't much light to see by, but then I looked in my hands and it's covered in blood all over them. So I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood in your hands? In other words, it was Gina that went and saw the roof deck, which we already knew. Then Mr. McGriddle started asking you questions, I suppose. who you were and why you were hiding under your seat. Yeah, you did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? Me threatened me. Threaten you how? Made me swear what I seen and what I heard. What he was going to do after the calf was found dead. Me swear I wouldn't tell no one of any of it. And if I did, he said he'd let me scapper before the copper showed up. No scratching my shirt. Come on. Gina, you must tell me what you swore to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Stop. Stop with the nails. Stop with the nails. Go. What you saw. Stop. You said Mr. McGriddle made you swear not to tell anyone what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, but Mr. McGriddle's sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's the truth, but... Because when I heard the thud of the cove sitting, hitting the floor, then I'll scream, see? I couldn't help it, yeah, we know that. Mr. McGriddle heard it and dragged me up at the arm. And that's when I saw it. The floor next to the old geezer and what had been stabbed. Stop with the couch. Stop scratching the couch. It's on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one that we took off me in the Windy Banks. So it means about this was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long. Not for long. Mr. Griddle spotted it right away. He picked it up a smart dish and stuffed it inside a pocket. So this disc was the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of the Mr. Mason's murder. And that buck Carter told me. I would not matter a word of it to no one. What you heard. Nope, you don't have to run away. Because it was dark under the seat in the cab, treating me the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Just like I made a Griddle getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem like it was Mr. McGriddle and the victim. Mr. Trice-Fried Mason. In his testimony in the trial, McGriddle claimed that he slept during the carriage ride. But to ever in the carriage, I'm taken by a fierce tiredness, and I succumbed to it. In your own testimony, Gina supported this. Unlike a year with the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time, in low voices. Let's see if I watch it. Oh, already down about. So I don't know. It's like the sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. $16.8. Listening at my literally crafted a PDF of the execution. Alright, and iOS 14.8. Okay, that was it. There's an iPhone watch and watch and phone update. Shit. It's how joysticks break. And I'll charge my phone so they could do its update after. $70 megabyte update, that's pretty small. No, that's not Noza. That still tells us something. Mr. McCriddle and the victim knew each other. So McCriddle was lying, as I suspected. And after the event, I knew it was going to take long before someone raised the alarm and the broke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers in the roof deck joined us very quickly. So when the cab had to give me a stop, the girl told me the item back under the seat again. Climbed in and waited. Two girls on the top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. And at the got McGriddle asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella. I need you to take the coat of mine and deposit it at the nearby pawnbroker. For your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. Fucking. And nearby pawnbrokers, you mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. With the Winnebecks. Kochi snapped up the money and ran off and popped his coat as fast as he could. And there was no one left in the carriage. McGriddle opened the box underneath the seat. Let me out there. Not without conditions. I see. McGriddle's conditions. I know it says McGilded, but I called him McGriddle during the case, so his name is forever going to be Mr. McGriddle. The Irish Leprechaun. What were McGriddle's conditions then? Letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul. Not for anything. And what I saw, what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman a little errand for me. There's a small change in his hand. Small change. Nothing. You hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? At all? You asked him to pop your weasel, right? Aye. That fiend's been taking my overcoat to deposit with the pawnbrokers hereabouts. Why don't you last to take the redemption ticket for it? You understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. I'll come fetch you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You hang on to it then, is that clear? Whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. In case it might happen to be delayed at all. If they go to a pawn shop, Windy Banks, so it is, and extend you the loan, and you're to extend the loan for the 2 months is up. Forget the article will be forfeited and any fen they come along and buy it. Yeah, but I ain't got that kind of brass. Here, £5. That should be enough. Do you understand each other, lass? Don't try any funny now. If you turn against me... Yeah, I get it. Good. One more thing. In a few months from now, you'll be visited by the police. I know that. The coppers. Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court. Let's find someone. Let's have a wee chat about it, shall we? What is it you might say, and what is it you won't? Yep. Corrupt man. Money pays. Yeah, if they'd gone over it, I picked it. As far away as they're good. The pawnbroker was taking some bushes near the scene. Went to fetch it the next day when it got dark. So Magrido planned it. And of course, she ended up giving false testimony. Oh, it was already installing. This is the overall plot we're getting into now. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. That big gold coral. Told some corkers. Thing is, he said he would make it so I wouldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. Everything when we went back to the slum. You knew we had no more to look after us and was all looking for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. Magrido would have... In the heartbeat, he could have had us chase us out of there if we wanted. And then he could have gone nowhere. That's why. So, I didn't have a choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. You can certainly make amends for doing a simple favor. Doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation form papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? You don't actually want me to represent you in court? You can rip it up later. We need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You... what? Hurley's having an operation right now, Jeannie. You bet? You gonna be alright? Sholmes gonna be alright, right? That'll be... that's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything else. Right. So what you're saying is if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy. That it? Something like that. This is Otto? Oh, yes, of course. The representation, I have the representation papers here. I don't need anyone to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. Poor Ginny. She must be lonely. Gina's reputation papers have been added to the court record. Signed by Gina to put me in charge of her defense, showing this to Scotland Yard detectives getting access to the crime scene. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at the Winnie Banks now. Stand and agree to legal representation of a lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Defendant Gina Lestrade, alleged offense, murder of Baker Street, pawnbroker. Trial date, 17th April, 10 a.m. Attorney at law, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny and that we're done here. I feel we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Her representation papers, no one else knows what a responsibility that is. For now, that means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating Winnie Banks. Also, he tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Alright, another part of investigation. Or before we go to the trial. It's investigation part 4 now. This is a long investigation. Yeah, 4th part of investigation now. Hello, and welcome anyone just tuning in. I'm Federico, FJ for short. Monday nights was our Phoenix nights, and now is Great Ace Attorney, so enjoy the voice acting. We already did some Overwatch earlier, so want to tune in more for this. It'll be next Monday. But I play a lot of other games. This Wednesday we're playing some Deathloop. It's already pre-downloaded, so that is Wednesday. And yes, this is a PS5. So be sure to follow, get notifications when I'm on, and depending on the game, maybe sometimes you can join me. But most of my games tend to be single players. And we're ready here. 16 April, 1:26 p.m. Winnie Banks pawnbroker. Brokery. Here we go again at the scene of the crime. Now to trust these papers into Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. And that's the case that right there, the runaway room that we're talking about. The 3rd case. Look at Inspector. You have a minute, please? He always has fucking chips. Potatoes. Listen now. You should go home and get some rest. Here, Gegsy. Here's the representation papers. Your ladyship. No! I don't believe it. How did we get that stubborn little ragamuffin to sign that? He's crushing his chips. Alright, according to this, that's updated. Now for my iPhone. 14.8. And iPhone update, the announcement should be sometime this month, right? So a week later to pre-order, I'm going to pre-order the new iPhone. This is a 11 Pro Max, so this will be the 13. This will be my brother's upgrade, since my sister got the last one. She got my X, my 10. I salute you. That's a good word, that is. And can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? A special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Jug, 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 jug. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. Fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigate the scene of the crime then? Those you please. You know where it happened. Through that door on the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windybank. And Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. You'll be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector? Perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There's so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case of the yard needs investigating urgently. The Lord's strong heart said by far more important, more serious matters. What I'm saying is, they'll get under my feet, sunshine. Come then. Let's not waste any time. Alright. Now back at the pawnbrokery. There's an article ledger here in Mr. Windybank's notes, eh? What's this? It looks like someone left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look in the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. Bloodstain note. 15 February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposit one gentleman's overcoat. It's Gina's thing. One amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15 April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat. Pawn for £1? Clearly it's a fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Jenny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGriddle. I expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems as the Mr. Windybank, so just use whatever piece of paper will happen to be on hand. But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? Sure, I've seen it somewhere before, recently. Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. Same as the one Jenny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgotten that she gave us that print. So what are you waiting for, Mr. Odo? Get it out. Alright, let's get the cogs to turn. It's the same photo. Yes, they're exactly the same. Yeah, I've got it. These photographs are hiding an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? Must tell us, Iris. At once. Yeah. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us what you know about this pair of photographs. Leave the cable alone. First, let's get investigating. That drawer's open on the counter is really enormous, isn't it? It's an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in the pawn. Too much work to think about. Better to sell it and have it clear your head, as you ask me. Stop at the paper. Clearly, Mr. Winback is very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Oh. See what's coming, iOS 15. Stop. Fuck. I'll look at that later. Stop. You're gonna drop this and you're gonna hurt yourself. Stop! Leave the cable alone. It's a music box. You have any idea where? Do you have any where you come from? Yes, but I've never seen one this large as this in Japan. Oh well, this will be the treat then. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it pretty sound? Stop. This is why I told you to stop. It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy with all the policemen in the room giving the fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them have anything to say, I'll tell them Gregsy will have to have a word. Alice Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Stop with the cable. Stop. Stop. What did I just say? Stop. These shells are where the pawnbroker post articles have been forfeited and displayed for customers to buy. Pretty strange recently that strangely miscellaneous, isn't it? I mean, I would buy this. Who would buy this horse statue, for example? You want to lay down? Lay down here. Oh, lay down here on this bed. Look. Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Oh, you're right, Runo. Oh, it's just, well, looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. When you pick it up individual things, you can't help but wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how our pawnbrokers works. You're very clever. Pretty sure his contractor was here before yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident that I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? This shows a picture yesterday where you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But when you use the great big contraption over there... well, it's for the public houses and stuff like that. It contains a carousel of all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing here was a much simpler design to use at home. Special shop that sells prints that you can use for them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of Japan. I would keep my toilet sparkling clean anyway. It would keep my score. This is a strange contraption that lets you see the picture of all things that are right in front of your eyes. Makes you think when the Sholmes showed gleefully to us yesterday. We were blissfully unaware of any of this was about to happen. Alright, before we get to the back room. This important clue. Ah, look here. Ooh, a bullet. And it shattered that nice gold backing. Oh yes, a bullet hole. Yeah, I can see the bullet still lodged in the wall. Presuming Mr. Windenbach was practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice his drawing room whenever he can. It's very patriotic like that. Sorry. It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know. Is that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partially in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he does do it often. It's quite dangerous. It's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often, like you shouldn't even do it once. Forget that now, Bruno. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! Maybe we'll be able to help you with that. What? There's something like a site of blood.
Stop. Stop.
Something like the site of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno? Feeling it's not blood. It's bloody minded as you, Iris.
Leave the cable alone.
Now you're actually in timeout. It's my blood run quarter, and there you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? I hardly haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. As soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Ah, luminol. The color of the blood stain has changed. She has luminol. There. Make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. What's our principle that different people have different types of blood, you see? Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you identify whose blood is that you're looking at. In a flash. What a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? I bet Jenny would say it's a bleeding great. So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, the chemical does turn the blood a different color, so... just finding out whose blood turns the same color, you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. You mean one of it. Yeah. It's more like two flashes, really, isn't it? One flash or two of this could turn out to be a very valuable clue. Let's make a note of it in the court record. Blood sample has been entered in the court record. A blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different color. No nails. Let's keep testing and adding results to other blood in the portfolio. As long as I have a reagent left, sure. No nails. No biting. Now you go to timeout in the box. It's 8:46. We have 2 hours left to game. Blood samples portfolio. Sample analyzed with a special chemical and color green. Green blood just seems wrong somehow. Well, there's a number of different colors. It's all pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. What color my blood will turn out to be. Actually, I don't want to know. Alright. And now we go to the back room. Actually, no, we should listen to her first. So I heard about these two photographic prints. One found here at Mr. Winniebank's counter, and the other one Gina gave us before. Well, this amazing secret you mentioned is hidden between these two identical prints. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. If you look carefully, two prints aren't the same exactly. They're not? I'm gonna look at them now. Well, the shadow of the cat's different. Darker on the left and darker on the right. That's all I see. Oh, 4 buttons on the left, and oh no, it's 4 buttons on the right also, so. Can you see they're from slightly different angles? Not really. I think so. It's very subtle, though. What's the reason for the subtle differences between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're set, you see. No, I don't. Spare photographs meant to be used as in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. But I feel as though I've heard that word before. Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course, that magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Yeah, well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth of pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? You know if a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful, now I'll be able to tell you. So the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. How stereoscopic prints work, how to view them. Consider, Bruno, our eyes see depth in the world around us. Well, I just opened them and it works. But yes, but the reason it works is because you have 2 eyes. 2 eyes, shocking. If you try closing one eye at a time, you'll think you'll see them straight away. When you see with your left eye. When you see with your right eye. Alright, we're so slightly different. You get a different view of each eye. Yes, the position of objects seem to shift slightly. Exactly. In your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate the depth as it merges the 2 views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain is really amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left view and a right view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures and look in your head, you're able to see the depth of the prints? Yes, Runo. You're beginning to understand. And Stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that? Yes, but as long as you have the two images, two eyes, and one brain. You can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can, really? Well, I don't feel this is going to be important if she has to explain it. That's right. Let's see if we can see a view of this pair of prints without the help of stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm trying to have a go. She's also really does this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes, and that's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me and see how if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. That's not as easy as it seems. Alright, let me try. Ready, Mr. Naruto? There, how's that? Wonderful, it's your turn, Runo. Because you're concentrating on looking at that bridge of the nose with both your eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Let's try looking at that prince. Start with one print and slowly cross your eyes. Ah, there you go. You should see the two images overlapping like this. And there we have 3D glasses. I'll try Runo. Only thing is, there are two opaque pictures. They're not partially see-through. I have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now, next step. Let's put the pair of prints side by side like this and then cross your eyes again. Prints should slowly merge together. Until they form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Oh yes! So it works! I can see it in the middle now. It's so real, I can see it I can look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that, your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Why this is important, we don't know yet. Looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. You position your eyes until the two images are up exactly in the middle. Wait, is this it? I don't use the joysticks. There, you managed it. So that's how you use stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. Yeah, we did the front, but what about the back? So what do you think of these stereoscopic sprints, then, Runo? Certainly amazing, but isn't it easy to just get the knack of viewing them properly? It isn't easy. No, some people find it easier than others. That's why the contraptions like this exist, for people who can't find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. Saw it over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Think. set a pair of photographs in the stand in the back, and stand in the back end. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You'll find one of these folding contraptions in lots of houses in the capital currently. The machines are so affordable. Surely there's no need to go around crossing eyes like pictures like you hate them. Yeah. But it's much more sad if you to see the effect of your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I'll never heard of them until yesterday. A lot about them, but I wonder if its knowledge is even actually needed. Second white cat photograph. Little sweet cat that feels like another print just like this one. This is the second photograph of the prince, and it actually does look like Wahagi. It's exactly the same as the first photograph in the glass. I suppose why it's so compelling. Actually, now that we have both pictures, I could have another look at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. Cross my eyes to get the two cats to merge in the middle as one. Hard thing to do. Whatever thought of this thing in the first place, I spent a long time staring. This is the ticket that Gina brought us here yesterday. It could have touched it by my griddle 2 months earlier. I bought the one gentleman's overcoat. The redemption ticket was the pocket like a coat. A small box. 2 days before the omnibus visit. Could it have anything to do with this? So Naruhodo. I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. Red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if there's also someone picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. Show this to her before we forget. Pomberger's take a coat. I think you should relate them. Pomberger looks like from the bloody fingerprint. Well, it looks like blood. Say it's from a gloved finger, but certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Rudo. You can leave the rest to me. Bluish. Look at that. Yes, that's the color we haven't seen before, isn't it? Simply add to the portfolio samples. It'll be an important clue. Although it'll be nice to figure out whose blood those different colors respond to at some point. Well, this particular strain of blood. Oh, I have an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Actually, we know who this one belongs to. I think I do. Yes, I have no idea whose blood this is. Not from the color return, but from a little deduction. That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, do you know as well? You first, Bruno. What do you think it belongs to? I believe this is the blood of... it's not Magnus's blood. It's not Gina's blood. Mr. Windybank. Price Fried Mason. That's right, it is him because he had a glove on the right hand. Tries fried Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself that way. You trailed off there. That was 2 months ago, in that case. Of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely Trice Fried, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Trice Fried, fired Mason. That would mean that his bloodstain was left in the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. She had bought this ticket at the winning bank yesterday. The bloodstain was already on it that time. So a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGill was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, what kind of soul would rush to help a bleeding fella from Mr. Wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was it? Reached out to give the man a hand. Certainly it does look like a leather glove thumbprint is marked, but we know that Mr. McGriddle has no injuries at the time. Anywhere's by. Which we can conclude that any blood left in the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruto, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this. I've been updated. That should take over the blood identified as Mr. Mason's. So blue. The symbol portfolio has been updated. So smear of blood. Yes, reacted the chemicals fired at Iris' strange gun, so it must be. So the thumbprint from a hand on a leather glove. Ah, Mr. Sholmes wears leather gloves, doesn't he? He wears fingerless leather gloves, though. Fingerless. Oh dear, someone a little upset? Purple. Trice Fried Mason. Well, it's already been updated. That was kind of quick. Oh, no blood on this. Alright, anything else? Alright, to the door then. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. The little window in the door. Mr. Winniebank face down on the floor with Gina beside him. And the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruto. You must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there's any clues in there, I'll find them. Mr. Sholmes' blood is on the floor? Yep, his blood is not here. I would have wanted to know what color blood he has. Alright, and that's the last thing we can do before we get to trial. New location. Greg's friends are hard work. Playback rooms are so exciting. We could linger a little while longer, I think. Storeroom where the pawn items are kept until they're redeemed or forfeited. So that's where Mr. Windybank's body was discovered. #16 April, Windybank's storeroom. Poor Iris, she climbed up immediately. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windybank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think Scotland Yard Inspector would run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer? Do ya? I just... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is all. It's the thing. I don't know, but I don't know what to say to her. So you were running away from me, where you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is a little much for the young Iris. Some general reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Eh? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? No. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of investigation here, Sunshine. So you have to go on my feet. We have to investigate and do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what socially inept the Inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And now equally into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. A gramophone. All these articles have been deposited. The room is full of stuff. Give you how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, and music instruments. Here's some enormous paintings, look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust together here. Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least it would be if not a chalked outline on the floor and a policeman shuffling about. Not much I could do without that, Sunshine. And there's boxes. Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any signs of being ransacked. Eh? What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh? Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Bakersville. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but you asked me, he sold it. Without telling you. Check inside the box. At once. Yes. Ah. It is there. Iris' story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because it's not very well hidden frown. Iris' manuscript has entered the court record. Long unpublished story that Sherlock Holmes deposited in the Winning Bank, the pawnbroker, Mr. Winning Bank. The Hound of the Bakersville. Alright, this one's Wilson. The Hound of the Bakersvilles. I just want to know the exact title of this unpublished story. But I just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. It's a long story. Alright, we got a few things left to investigate. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windybank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runa look like you're about to faint. Oh, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, I saw Mr. Windybank and with this yesterday, didn't we? I shall have to take my own life. Must be the same gun. It only had one bullet in it. And last night, I looked through the spy hole in the door. The same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windybank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? No, it's empty now. There was only one bullet he had in the gun that had been fired. Pretty certain that only a single shot was fired from that revolver. Police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windybank, he was a nice old man. Hell, he was shot just once. Through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. Wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood then. Ah! I don't like to ask such a wretched time, Iris, but wondering perhaps. Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. So now we know the color of the chemical turns and reacts to Mr. Wilson's blood. Doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. Oh, but let's add the sample to the ones we already collected anyways. Portfolio's been updated. Purple. Blue. Pop Winnie Bank. Iris. Don't worry, I'm alright. We must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Alright, last thing we could do is talk to the inspector. Alright, I'll let Hope out. Alright. Apple Watch has been updated. Scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the scene of the crime here? Pshaw! You got eyes, don't you? Use it! That's what it looks like. Nothing more. Nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after an hour, after 1 o'clock. Shortly after the hour, 1 o'clock of the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only in this storeroom was found locked from the inside. It's locked from the inside. Lock appears to be broken now, though. What was that police officer's doing? Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered in the prostrate on the floor. Thuswise. Thanks to your information, we discovered the vile gutter child. Talking about Ginny, you know, she's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yeah, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. Afraid to say that she had the gun that was used in her hand. Oh. Presumably that's the gun's still out there on the floor now. In the pocket, they found a key to a door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. Oh, which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that there's some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. How about Sholmes' operation? Greg, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright, is he? Thing is, don't miss your words, Inspector. Please! You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out of it! He's threatening physical violence on a police officer, and people are just ignoring it. Yes, ma'am. He has something called a general anesthesia. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body anesthetized. Is that even possible? Means the operation can be done with the patient as fast asleep. goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we just managed to provide laughing gas for the tooth extraction. Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow me. We couldn't get the medication to work for first, so they took hours for him in an office, all right here. Now the house finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my! So who knows if the anesthesia still stiffs them, or if the stroke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all I can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Early. Well, now he opens his eyes, leadership. I'm sorry, I'll get the word for you. What a surprise! Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes doesn't do things his way. Here, you give me a opinion on this. We don't tend to share sunshine, not with the general public. That cake clearly out of the herbal tea. Go, 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 go. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. They hit the spot, your ladyship. Don't mind me sharing it. Oh, you don't mind sharing that then? Nothing else to examine? Alright, let's check on Sholmes then. St. Sinner's Hospital. Nothing. Poor Jenny, we had to help her. You let concentration slip, you might miss what people say. Nothing new. Nothing here. Alright, so there's nothing new here so far. So we have to find out about Gina then, right? And here we go. April 16, local prison, cell 13. Should appear to be here. Please, you must be questioning for a moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here very carefully, there's another possibility, is there? Jeannie could have slipped the key from the jailer and then, when she wasn't looking, escaped. Oh my! Why would she do that? Don't let it make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh, you had me worried there. That was a great deduction. Yes, this must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of the words you carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Suppose light-hearted great detective was a contradiction in terms. Well, in a situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have thrown his head back and golfed. Not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. It looks like we won't be able to talk for Gina for a while. I'll make progress in our investigation in the meantime. Come on, Runo. Come on, Susie. Pretty sure there's something gonna be happening here. This place is so much fun, I'm just itching to dismantle that huge clock. Hope, down. Down. Hope, down. Down. Oh, there's more stuff to check. Crutches. Wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You'll one in each arm, you see. Ah, right. Thought there were weapons of some sort. Hope! Why would there be weapons in a hospital? Stop with the couch! Thought maybe a fighter had been injured in the contest and came along here with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Stop with the couch! No! Use your scratching post. Alright, something to prison. Is it time yet? If Sholmes is here hiding somewhere. I've been here 2 months. I've been taking launches here to Sholmes. So I can't believe it. I've never expected things would turn out like this. When he comes back, let's have a big party. It's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Sholmes is very tough. Yep. Is there anything else left to check? What are we missing? Yep, nothing new for that. Nope. Nope. So. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? That's what we gotta do. Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound in the Bakersville. Most fascinating tale, your ladyship. Fascinating! And I don't suppose, there'll be any mention of my humble self in that tale this time. Good question. Can't really remember. I see, well... how would that be, your ladyship? I'll await the publication in eager anticipation. You didn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't do anything so particularly remarkable. You'd be lucky to be arrested, Sunshine. Didn't mean anything like that, and even if I did, you would have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Perhaps we're gonna find this small box. I think it's a shilling or needy, but still. More tea. There we gotta talk to her about the manuscript. Some games have this where it's like, oh, what are we supposed to do? There's something important we gotta do. Oh, my manuscript. There's something I deposited at the Winnie Banks, and he had. But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. I heard you say I can't publish it. Afraid I have no idea. What you do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe. It's because Hurley isn't in it, though, enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines. Yes, maybe. I wish you could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. You can identify differences in people's blood. It's amazing. You're a genius, Cyrus. I know. I am. Hurley can put a Mars wheel can shake off Britain's chemists and alchemists. You could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, wouldn't you, Mr. Yamamoto? Well, that's for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Poor Janie. It's all my fault, really. But she'll be alright, won't she? In court tomorrow, I mean. Defend her with everything I got. So she'll be alright, won't she? Am I that bad at instilling confidence? Might have I showed you this, Iris? Boring old thing, really, but I don't really like boring things. Benny's modesty is just misinterpreted in young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. I think of it, you've always introduced things with, this is boring, but it's a bad habit, you should stop it. Sure, let my entire population of Empire of Japan know my return. Everything intently, sir. Major clue here. Alright, I guess I have nothing else here to investigate. So I said we had to check the hospital. How about now? Nothing in a prison, nothing in a hospital. Giving your opinion on this? We're missing a trigger. Alright, not that I've seen. Alright, so what trigger are we missing? We did this conversation, so yeah, all the same. Alright, so nothing else in here. So what are we missing? My opinion on my armband. All this stuff has been deposited. We've already had that. Hope down. Hope down. If you let your concentration slip, you get miss what people have to say. It is very warm here. Stop with the cable. Stop. Stop. That's why you got put in there for the first time. Come on, stop. Bless you. So you have nothing new to say? Stop! Stop! What did I say? Stop! Police officer's worst nightmare. Yeah, like the broken stuff right there on the floor is not even... Stop at the couch! Stop with the couch. Stop. Stop.
Stop. Tossed her on the bed.
Stop. Stop.
So Mr. Clue was there. Okay, so the box is important, but we don't know much about that. Representer. Nope, we've already solved that, so we don't need that.
Stop.
Stop, or you're gonna go back in the box. Stop. This cat does not know when to freaking stop.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Look at Mr. Sholmes is completely clear. It's totally clear about that enormous machine on it. Absolute mess all the time. You never notices when things go missing. Mr. Sholmes noticed a huge lump of metal no longer there, surely. This is really alright. Scrap it out. Oh, good, it's gone. Virtuoso violin and progress with next to nothing. But I guess I'll still miss him. Sure he will. All his junk. We've seen that before, right? It's the same as that thing. Wanted to get a book out the other day, but it was so tightly packed that he couldn't, so he just ended up buying another book. Mr. Sholm dresses in women's clothing. What? Yes, you see the lady in the photograph in the print in the mantelpiece? That's Hurley. Quite stunning. Read that again. Rad's burning comfortably in the grate today. Read off feeling Japanese hibachi somehow. He's been working on disguises recently, and mainly he's been dressing as a woman mainly. Really? Mr. Sholm dresses in women's clothing. Stop scratching. You don't want to be held, then stop destroying things. Hope!
Stop with the gauge. You're gonna fucking knock it down. He's just literally rubbing up against everything. Yeah, that's because she stores her stuff. Uh-huh. Stop! She nearly fucking dropped everything that was up there. I don't know what it is we're missing. Yeah, I'm about to fucking look it up. Because this is taking too long. Oh, wait, that was something actually new. Come to think of it. First time, there's paper already in the typewriter. You're about to start. A little bit stuck on a new story idea, actually. Well, using what happened in the not so many, perhaps. Fabulous idea. Good thought just popped in my head as well. Adventures of the Caddy Man. How's that, Bruno? Alright, so nothing new here. Shovel conversation. He has been here since we started renting the place. Bruno, that's not a spade. It's a shovel. You're a shoveler, are you? I have a feeling you'd pick me up on that. Oh no, the pick is something else entirely. I dug myself even deeper in a hole. We did need that for another trophy. Stalling our carriage. Parents are to blame. Let's investigate. Stalling our carriage outside. Unless we're missing evidence out here. Blood or something. There's something we're fucking missing. Not the Chief Justice Office.
Not the hospital. Not the prison yet. Alright, we're gonna look up what the fuck we're missing. Part 4 investigation. I had to look up one or two things in the original game. Once or twice. Alright, so... Did we talk to him about the second ticket? I think we did. Let's look. I'm an inspector. This is what we were missing, the trigger, probably. What do we have here then? A redemption ticket for the article deposited here, is it? Someone ran out of the office and stationery and wrote a ticket on whatever paper was on hand. Yes, it's a ticket from McGilda's overcoat. One of the little driver turned up yesterday. Diver. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I don't mean no, Everyone's right, Gregsy, it's not the same ticket. Of course it is, of course it is. I doubted you, my ladyship. So what's all this about then? Maybe supposed to ask. This is what we were missing. Watch, this is the final trigger we were fucking missing. This is a second ticket. A second one? Seems that Mr. McGriddle was in fact another article in here's winning bags. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruto. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. There. Now we I thought we talked to him about it already, but I guess not. That's the fucking trigger we're missing. The first thing I read about the second ticket. Ah, shit, did I ever present it to him? The ticket was one of the pockets of Mr. McGriddle's overcoat. Eh? You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just one music box, it seems. Oh, I should have insisted on lads checking it back to the lab, or examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGriddle dropped another article here in the Winnie Bank. Yes, I can see it right in here. A small box, was it? Any idea what it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's just another article belonging to Mr. McGriddle. Could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes. All full of hope and expectation. Too much pressure. Lose me marbles. I'll go barking. So time for dog impressions, Inspector. There's enough sauce on you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be here then. That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means they could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We'll search for it at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? Those are the little boxes out there. Hundreds even. Can't possibly know which one might have been McGurder's. Maybe she's not written on the ledger. I think we should at least look just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. So very sensible, you, I'm sure. It's getting old. Dong, dong, dong. We've spent like over half an hour. Like, what are we supposed to do? Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How come winning back is such a wicked trap? I die set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Trial is tomorrow. You must establish whether or not you be defending her. Should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Why would she have changed her mind? Don't you remember, Bruno? You told her she could rip up her representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Alright. So we got the trigger that we were missing. See, one little thing can hold you up like that if you don't fucking know what the fuck you're supposed to do. 16 April, 5:41 p.m. Local prison. Cell 13. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Eh? Police must have finished questioning her then. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Is it awful? Eh? Oh? Eh, don't bother me. Thank you for your papers assignment before. I'm meant to be able to investigate the winning banks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been here ever so busy. What's the point of asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. It's not. Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision. What? Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you, or not? Submit the paperwork if you'd like to know Mr. Hiroto will represent you. Alright, I see. We lost our fight all of a sudden. But I don't know what if that feels like. The worry is so hard to bear. What will be uncovered in representation in court. So we get to progress. And I think we'll stop at the beginning of the trial, because that way we got a good stopping point and I can get ready for work tomorrow. Another 12.5-hour shift. Dot. Oh, alright, but I mean, give me the rest of the eyes, Iris. So, come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Fortunately, we don't know yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo, all of us, we know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't managed to work out who the real culprit is, There's a number of interesting facts that I managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, reason for you being here in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Winnie Banks that night. I think I'm gonna have to take out some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. And thrust it into Gina's face, or I could just present it calmly, I suppose. Smack her in the face with it like a dog. Like a rolled up newspaper. We really have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them over to the court clerk. That is, if you still allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny. Rip them up and check them, Moja. Representation papers or whatever you call them. Still ain't fancy enough to give them a bit. So what are you gonna do for court tomorrow then? Fine on my own. No. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This one stubborn pickpocket. Thrust it into her face. Found this in the Winnie Bank storeroom. The manuscript of Iris' latest story. What? Huh? Oh, right. Well, that's all good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Winnie Bank showed no signs of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box that filled the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke into the box open and containing this manuscript last night? Eh? We were determined to find out whether or not the hound of the Bakersville was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, wasn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Iris' manuscript. Alright, yeah, that's Baskerville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured, it's gotta be worth a few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? What? Huh? So you didn't sell Iris' manuscript, did you? No, Ginny. How could you? Hey, wait, no. Oh, hang on. Of course I ain't gonna sell it. All I do was find out if the mantle script or whatever it's called is really there or not. It's the only reason I went to the first place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? Ah! You knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, I saw a manuscript in the store and it reminded me of what you said that night before. Grumps do a lot worse than that, believe me. Boff. Barefaced liars, lot of them. You just didn't realize it yet. Tell him that mantle script at the Winnie Banks. Yeah, the Winnie Banks. You should go see and have a look. I'll be honest, I was wondering if Hurley was telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, some things I wonder at night that I hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was ever so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Ice. The reason for breaking in, but we still don't know what happened in there yet. Wherefore, it will be because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. Wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at the Winnie Banks? It's like I told you the night before. Never had a father. Iris ain't like mine. She got her dad, only she can see him. Only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, I was just listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, bumbling detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Oh, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Jeannie. Yeah, so you never thought anything different, did we? Look, give it a rest, will you? I ate this crumbly nonsense. Do you hear it? I ate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if I don't trust no one can let me down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scrapper. I hadn't noticed until now, but this is unmistakable, that both her right sleeves are of that overcoat are covered in blood. Very suspicious red stains. What? What are you looking at me like that? Think it might be worth presenting some of the other findings to Ginny right now. Presenting some more findings. See, it just can't be fucking easy. It has to make you drag it out. These stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know who's blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to be out his wounds yourself, though. So it could be blood that splattered from Mr. Winnie Banks when he was shot last night. So beat around the bush here. Trusty friend and I will results are faster than anything else. Eh? Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Jenny. I'm gonna shoot. That's a lot of blood. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. Oh, coat is covered in blood. But is it two colors of blood? Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why you haven't seen them until now. And the blood reacted with the chemical turned purple in color. That's trash fried Mason. Which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Ah, yes, it was a brickmaster, Mr. Mason. Victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. Seems the omnibus case is finally solved. As to who actually stabbed him. Proof of who really murdered the brickmaster, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Mr. McGriddle. Oi, explain what's going on here. Stop telling me half a story. True for the omnibus case. Well, we could present the blood thing, but I don't think it's that. I'm pretty sure it's just talk. So about this. Wait, I must have more time to examine it thoroughly. There's no need. It's more relevant the moment you just say so. She takes everything so seriously. You can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGriddle's coat. In a trial 2 months ago, the defendant said that in his testimony. Yes, it's good to have someone rush to help a fella bleeding out from his stomach. Wasn't about to worry about me gloves now, was I? Reach out and give the man a hand. If we look at this overcut now, it's clear. Stains could have risen from Mr. McGriddle trying to pull the victim to his feet. Well, if that's what really happened, that blood would have splashed all over the front of his coat. No explanation for that blood pattern. But Mr. McGriddle when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Tried to run from the truth long enough. But there's no escaping it now. True culprit of that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGriddle. Mr. Naruhodo. A terrible case is solved at last. And I helped that man walk free from the trial. Use all that twisted testimony and that sham evidence to prove his innocence. Well, you didn't prove his guilt. You didn't really prove his innocence either. How could I let that happen? Bruno, did you believe in... Nope. Did you believe Mr. McGriddle was innocent? I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. Wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is your defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-san? The solid snake if it had been. Listen, Ryunosuke. Lawyers are only human. You can only know you can know for sure what the truth is and what a lie is. You can't know for sure. Lawyer must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in their clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe in our clients tell us that we fight for everything we have in their cause. In a battle, there's no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. Hee hee. What's funny, Gina? Of course, sounds like the Empire of Japan's where you come from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess you got yourself into. Leaving in temp bog trotter. Yes, I really helped the murderer walk free. At least you learned your lesson, eh? Now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always stabs you in the back in the end. Did your guard down? You had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'm just trying to make absolutely sure. Would you like us to go through with the representation papers for tomorrow? We don't have to say it. Rip them up and chuck them away. You really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all. Wants and all now. I'm a believer lawyer over there. There it was me that trial 2 months ago. I went up to that garden path, didn't I? You're telling me they could believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruto? My primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina off after everything that's happened. Yeah, I could trust her. Gina, let me say it again. I'm going to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Yeah? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You not only admitted to committing the crime, didn't you? What's more, I believe that you telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruto. Did you hear half of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just tripped me out. Me tongue. I'm a diver, don't forget. Pull the wool over your eyes 2 months ago. I got you in all sorts of trouble. You never trust me now. I just don't get it. You didn't really get me in any trouble. Gina? I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to life than yet you realize. What you mean? The world we live in is full of people who would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? Student, I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in the courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say after that? That's decided. I will take these papers now and carry them out. Necessary permissions for tomorrow's trial. Preparations for tomorrow's trial. It'd be shameful to throw them away after now it's been penned in your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Lot are I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Come on, let's finish. It's 10:25. It's almost my finishing time. Gina's taking herself back to her cell. Back to her cell. She never admitted, but I hope she's feeling relieved. I'll turn auto right at the end, I think. Dun, 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 dun. What was hiding in there? Show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Suzato. Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Nani? Blimey. You're sharp, eh? Suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the arts of stealth I heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy! Oh dear me, I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to start you. All I give you is standing and listen to our conversation. Good grief, listening? No. I just got word that there was some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though they've been after hours. Sure, your ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours, is that late already? So yeah, I humbly excuse myself, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodoo, cheerio. All the best. Bye, and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriately for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but the time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with, Sharpish or Strongheart will... Emergency? Or Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gracie, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted. Charmed. Can't wait. If you please. My pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them was sounding sincere. Grexy's so funny. He says such silly things. He's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, wonder what's this emergency at the Supreme Court. Let's attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. Conley's Court area's home now, Mr. Naruto. I shall meet you there later. But we came here because you did not have cab fare. We specifically came here because you did not have cab fare. And so our investigation came to an end. Yep, so now next week we get straight to the trial. So Asan went to file the necessary paperwork for the defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling I had been gnawing at in my insides. Tomorrow, Suda-san will be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. April 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? Do hope you're not too exhausted. But by you, Zao-san, today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, and all the back of the news that her father had fallen ill and must return to Japan once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is. There's so many thoughts of rage in my head like a storm. And yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? The telegram? Yeah, this game just can't just end. It's so thorough that it drags on like this. Going back to Japan. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. We managed to establish this office. It's finally feeling as though we were settled in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Suzato-san. Just so sudden. You don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? Seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? Just like a jewel, the light plays off them in very complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. We see only a small number of the total facets, and what's illuminating is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there's some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day I'll become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much. We haven't seen that smile before. Shy smile. Sorry? What? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up a ticket earlier. I'll be leaving here at 4 a.m. You have 5 hours? I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? Sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. One final task. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What do you mean? Oh my! Nearly forgotten. Please, I want you to have this. Her fucking book. What is that? That's a huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Jesus. The murder was committed on the omnibus. The McGriddle case. Seems to me that the case of Mr. Windibank's murder, which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case. In ways that are not yet completely apparent. I took the liberty to consolidate my writings about the case for you. Anything else she's had to do? So our son still managed to do this. And it's all neatly laid out for me in such her beautiful handwriting. It's my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, son. I will do my best to use it wisely. You are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, it's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I quit. I've been a complete failure. Sorry? Didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh? Ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. The McGriddle case notes have been added to your recorder. Notes that Mrs. Otto took a McGriddle case worked on 2 months ago. Oh, it's getting rather late. Okay, so victim deceased found on the last scheduled omnibus and the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Victim is Asa Miller, male, occupation brickmaker, domicile East End of London. East End. Trial summary. Magnus McGriddle, attorney at law. Prosecutor and attorney, Lord Baron Van Zeeks. Defense attorney, Ryosuke Naruto. Conviction was assured of 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, the surprise forfeit of testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. That's a basic recap. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruto-san. I must finish packing my things in my room. Suzawa-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Yeah! This is not helping him rest. Alright, that's 7 times I owe you a punch in the face for that. 7. What was that? Secret technique of mine. Zato's shutdown. It's the same fucking shit. Shutdown. Please, I implore you. You have an aggressive nature. You need to go to what's that case where people are angry? It's not alcoholics. It's one of those anonymous groups. Road rage, stuff like that.
Anger management, that's it. Anger management.
Please, I implore you. We have to voice our goodbyes. I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato-san. And now it's finally trial tomorrow. Truly has been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes as a cacophony of scenes in our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed. I fell into a deep sleep. April 17th, the small hours. St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. The small hours, early in the morning. Yes, I quite understand. It's a great weight off my mind. Yes, that's a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we discussed. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind, that's not him saying it. On the contrary, the pleasure's been mine. Bid you farewell and Godspeed. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Hey, pal. My dear madam. Something's gonna happen. We'll see what the hell's gonna happen. Part 5, the fucking trial. Trial Part 1, of course. And that's where we leave off for tonight till next week. After Overwatch on Monday, more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and we'll more than likely we'll be able to finish this case. And then start case 6. So like I said, Wednesday and Friday will be Deathloop. Maybe Saturday too. Depending how I feel. Oh god. This trial has 4 parts. Looking at the quick chapter context. So we might not finish it tomorrow. I mean next Monday. Alright, thank you all for hanging out, lurking. Thank you, QB, again for the subs. And for the host and everything else. Thank you all that followed today. Hope you have a good night. Don't forget to check out my socials so you can stay updated on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. Memes and stuff. Alright, let's see who's on so we can raid. I really can't wait for Deathloop. Ken is going to have to wait until we finish Deathloop.